Audio check. 1, 2, 3. Seems good. All right. Then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy. It is compiler day, the one day I let myself work on something besides the game. And yeah, so let's try to remember what we were doing last time. Ooh, I did not take good notes. But I do remember what we were doing. Hey, you LSI Kangaroo. Compilers, exactly. Also, let me know if I'm pronouncing your name completely wrong. I think I'm on my second iteration of pronunciations. Last time, we did generate a tokenizer for our project file, and we were testing it. So let's write up our notes from last time. Tested the VV project file tokenizer, but it doesn't quite work. We'll talk about why in just a minute. So basically, we're trying to replace our old fscanf tokenization with a better tokenizer, but we have issues. And I knew we would run into issues, but it didn't manifest the way I thought it would. It's a slightly different manifestation than I thought, which threw me off for a while. And then I was trying to remember what I was doing before. So the NFA to DFA conversion can leave duplicate transitions in the DFA state. I should be more specific. Or proper subset or subset transitions in the DFA state, which means the first matching condition will land and nothing else will be considered. All right, so that's kind of the short version of the problem. It should join overlapped transition tests, which is exactly what I knew we were going to have to do way back in the day. I commented out a huge block of text just because I knew I didn't want to deal with that then. I knew we would have to deal with this now, but the manifestation was not what I expected last week. I had to think about it for a while. Okay. And even then, I'm not sure that the code I have commented out covers all the cases. So we need to look at a picture. Picture will help us a bit with this one. So let me find that. Dun, 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 dun. Active projects. VV. Oh, I have to open this with GIMP. Hold on. I run into this every time. I've been thinking about this language we're going to build eventually. So there's the one. There's the other. Okay. So let's see. I need to share. Yep. Okay. So here is our NFA, so a non-deterministic finite automata. So finite means we always know exactly how many states we have. There it is. We can draw a picture of it. Non-deterministic means we don't know. We have to try both. So here this state is or, means it's either the left or the right. Well, maybe we get this stuff, you know, an A through Z or a digit, or maybe we don't. Maybe we get A through Z. Uh-oh, we can start to see some of that overlap. Which one does it go down? Which path does it go down? Curious. Or maybe it goes down and it's either an A or an L. But we don't know. We have to try all the paths in an NFA. So what we do is we transform that into a DFA, which means a deterministic finite automata, which looks like this. We start here, and depending on what we get, we go to a state. So instead of we're in a state and we have to try all the things after here, it is we are in this state, and we, depending on what we see, that's where we go. But we already see, here's an overlap. This A through Z, lowercase and uppercase, and this A through Z, uppercase and lowercase, they're different. So how do I know which is which? Because this is a subset of this one. Or here's a more obvious example, this T. If we get a T, should we go to state 7 or to state 9? Well, we don't know until we actually get the O or the E. So we should make 7 and 9 into the same state, and only when we get an O or an E, oops, what the bucket? Only when we get the O or the E do we know which path to go down from there, okay? And that gets a little bit more complicated. So how do we know? And how do we join states? It's a good question. So for example, we should come to here, and as long as we're getting this, we stay here. But as soon as we get one of these letters, it should jump to here. If that makes sense. Now this one has precedence. So if all we get is A through Z's and none of these other letters, it should keep this one, not this one. But it has no way of exiting this and going here right now on minus underscore colon forward slash or dot or digit. In this part, I don't remember what we did before, sort of. Back in the day when I made my first prototype of this. We did copy quite a bit of code, but we do have to disambiguate. When we get a T or a T, we have to do something different here. So let's consider two different cases. One is the state 13, state 14, and the other is the state 7 and 9. And then there's actually a hypothetical third case, which we could manufacture, but it's we'll talk about it. All right, sounds good. I can see a couple of different ways to tackle this, depending on which direction we want to go. So this is actually probably the most complex part of generating an NFA. Okay, So we did make a bunch of changes. We're going to remove that. We did unfortunately rename that. Ugh. I'm just going to say where we left off, just in case. Started integrating Tokenizer Generator, generated Tokenizer into Tokenizer Generator. Not working yet. DFA issues. So we know we can go back to this point, and we know that this point wasn't working, so we can always go back to the previous point. That's kind of why we do that. Okay. Then I have to test proj, I think is the one. Make file. My tokenizers. We are generating the NFA DFA every time we compile them. And then we are generating the image from the NFA DFA graphs that are outputted by these flags. We are not actually building it yet. And that will be okay for now. VVP is right now referencing VV. Yes, let's take a look at the VVP. And this tells me this is the file, which is wrong. I want to put a dot in here, but it's not working. So VVP vtoke. Here's all our rules. And the reason it won't work with the dot here is because of this ambiguity here. So that's the sad part. And actually, if you get a word that starts with capital N or capital E, it won't go to here. It'll go down these roads instead of this, either of these roads. I'm trying to remember what we did before, back in the day. I don't remember this being a problem in exactly this way. This is a variation that I have not seen before, which is why it's good to build 2 or 3 different times, 2 or 3 different ways. Look at NFA to DFA converter. Computing a closure. Find or create. Join these 2 NFA states, or this whole list of states. This. Not as worried about that. Compute DFA states. This is kind of the main thrust of the issue. Here's our initial state. We're fine with that. Hit the top of the main loop. Initialize all transitions. So we have a list of transitions that we have not looked closely at. Then we also have a processed list. Then we grind through that list of unprocessed. We take them off the processed and put them on the processed list. Where is this processed list? Is it outside the loop? There it is. It's inside the loop. Okay. Dum-dum-da-dum. Unprocessed push back. Okay, so here's, I think, part of the problem. Let's see, so we're going to add it to the list of unprocessed. This. Transitions can declare with other transitions. Okay, so let's just decide what we can do here. Because this gets a lot more complicated here. Okay, simple transition merging, I guess. Okay, so this is the more complex one. So let's break this out into two functions so I don't get caught by confusion. That's probably the right thing to do. Compute DFA states. We probably need this collide back. Void. Process DFA include transitions. Simple. We're going to pass in our processed. Oh, we can't be const. And we need the unprocessed. In my mind, we read left to right, so we're going to process them. Do the complex one here. Simple. Not that it's simple either way, but process DFA transitions simply, complex, unprocessed and processed. Put that in here. And this complex one will be kind of a fun one. But either way, I think we need this collide test back. So that's this one here. I changed my mind. This is the more complex thing. I don't want that there. Okay. So where we are with this simple. And that's the complex one. Which right now is not going to do anything. We're going to ignore that for now. So here we are. This is it. This is the place where we're going to work from here on for a while. So we have three cases. Case one, two transitions are identical. Case two, two transitions, let's hear, one transition is a proper subset of the other. Transition A and B are identical. Transition A is a proper subset of transition B. And lastly, transition A and B overlap, but neither is a subset. Those are three cases. Then order. Okay. Phew. I think that's it. Those are the three cases we have to consider. And I'm starting to use set-based terminology on purpose at this point, because at this point, we literally only have two kinds of things going on. Let me show the code for PV test parser. Sure. If we go down here, we have your character has to be between a range. Actually, let's go up to state 0. That's usually the most interesting. It can be equal to a character. So we're testing equivalence or testing a range. We can even test more complex equivalences like unbreaking spaces. Here's two ranges, capital A through Z, lowercase a through Z. We can also test not equals. So if not that one. Oh, we don't have any in this one. Anyways, but basically we can say, are you equal to this character? Are you within this range or a collection, right? So when I say set, treat each transition rule as a set of characters. like we're going to say that for discussion purposes, transition A is the set of A, B, and C character, right? Doesn't matter. A and B, let's just do it this way. Transition C will be a proper subset of A, C of A, and transition D will be B, C, D. Okay. Now, we're just imagining these as sets of characters, fine. These are not actual rules. D and A intersect, but neither is a subset. Then order transitions by matching rule ID. Okay. And we do have to remember that we can negate a transition as well. So a transition rule might say not this character or not these characters, in which case our logic flops a little bit. But for now, we're going to start with, okay, each transition is either inclusive or exclusive. Which means we have 4 combinations. Transition X, it's here. Well, let's see here. You have inclusive, we have exclusive and exclusive. So in other words, we say must be one of these let's define our terms here. Inclusive means character must be one of these characters, or in this character, yeah, one of these characters. And then we have exclusive. Current character. The current character must not be one of these characters. When comparing transitions, we must consider the following combinations. Inclusive, exclusive, let's see, inclusive, exclusive, exclusive, inclusive, and there are times when the order matters, and we care about that. So this is probably everything we need to know for how to disambiguate. So transition A, B, C. So does anybody want to talk about what I'm talking about with any set theory? Any confusion by that? Doesn't sound like it. Okay. So every transition is a set of characters. So this, okay, so here's a fun little thing. Let's just do this. Equals the regular expression A through C, right? This is equal to A through C. This is equal to A through B. And this one is equal to B through D. Okay, so let's talk about a couple of other patterns. That transition E equals not anything, which equals the dot character in regular expression. So if you want to match any character, literally this, right? Here's another example of a not end of line, right? Equals the regular expression. Oh, that's a set. We're doing this as sets. Not new line or carriage return. Well, I guess we compile it, oops, this way. So what we type in is here, we type in not new line, and it compiles to, here's the set of characters, new line and carriage return, and it can't be either of those, right? Or we can say like not white space, or that sort of thing. So hopefully that gives some context for what we're trying to do. So here we're going to take the unprocessed one, we're going to compare it to everything in the processed list, and depending on what we find, we may do things with it. Okay, does that make sense? This is like the most, this part I don't think is covered well in literature for Thompson DFA construction. It took me a while to figure this out, and I'm still not sure that this simple version is going to be any better than my complex version, which I did back in the day. I think we'd come up with something simpler, but who knows? Okay. Okay. Quick restroom break. While you digest this. This is important. This is all the information we need to disambiguate those states. So I'll be right back. Just a moment. We are back. So what we need to do, hey, Seafilms, good, good. I'm doing great. How are you doing? Although you just said, so that's all good. We're doing compilers today, and our DFAs are not being properly formed because they can't detect the difference between transitions. And we need to teach it how to do that. So what we're gonna do is think through this process. Maybe, actually, let's fire up this complex one and just see if it works. Because we had this working once. Ages ago. Which means we need the collide. I don't think we need to call this just yet. Yeah, we're ignoring that. So this one can go back to being commented out. And pick that. Okay. Let's just run it the old way, and I'll explain it if it works. If it doesn't work, well, shucks. Okay. So what this is going to do, this was complicated as all get out last time to figure it out. We take the unprocessed, we take the processed. Let's see, I guess we should be consistent here. This will compile. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say while unprocessed is not empty, we're going to pop it off the front. Okay. Then for every transition that's still in unprocessed, we're taking one off the front. We're going to grind through every other one and say, do these two transitions collide? By which I mean, do they overlap? If they have collided, then we break out of this loop. So let me see, can I think of a way to show this better? It's a little bit hard to read. So if we say unprocessed is a list, or an array, or a list, it doesn't really matter, of set A, B, C, D. These are all the transitions, right? So it's going to say pop off A, then compare A to each of the remaining sets in unprocessed. If two overlap, we disambiguate. And that gets complicated, actually. So this whole collision, this whole collide, is very complicated. If they have not collided, then we just put it in, right? So process equals an empty list, we disambiguate. We'll talk about that more. Otherwise, put A into processed. Right? So that's this line of code here. If they didn't collide, Transition A makes it all the way through the list. We're just done. Okay, easy enough. And all the magic happens here inside of collide. So this is the transition we popped off the list already. If A is an exact match for B, A will be deleted. Or if it's a subset of B, it'll be deleted. Or it'll be automatically appended to the process list. Fine. B is still inside of transitions. If they collide, B will be removed from this list. Well, from the processed list. So what does that mean? Well, if they're both inclusions, remember we made that rule up above. If they're both inclusions, we treat things certain ways. We always start with an intersection. Every one of these four combinations of two sets uses the intersection. So we take this set intersection, and that is no picnic. Let's see. Is that inclusion set intersect? It looks like that. And each inclusion rule has its intersection rules, blah, blah, blah. Very exciting. We have an onion because union is a reserved keyword. Difference. We use all of these. Difference is very complicated. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we do have all this supporting code here. This is just set operations on our text. Okay, so we start off by getting an intersection data. If the intersection data is not empty, if they did intersect, if they overlapped, then what we do is we say A is everything in A that's not in B. B is everything that's in B that's not shared. And that's the stuff that's exclusive to A and B, right? So if we were to do intersection, do this rule for ABC. So let's see here. Let's see here, set. A is A, B, C. And if B is B, C, D, then by the end of these lines, we would have an inclusion idata of B and C are the only things shared by both of them. A data will be everything in A that's not in B. And B data will be everything in B that's not in A. So we're still going to check the same characters, but now we know these are A only, these are B only, this is the part where both of them overlap. Okay? And you can have empty sets, blah, blah, blah. So that's what we're doing, set checking. If there's nothing in B, then A just is alone, right? So you can just push all this stuff onto the list as a new transition, and we're good. If A data is not empty, we put it onto the list as a new thing. And then we push the new transition state for the intersected data, right? Great. So that's for intersection, or inclusion. Which started up here. So we find inclusion, exclusion. Let's see. Right, so exclusion after the conclusion, blah, 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 similar sort of thing, right? We take the difference, we take the unions, we use set theory to find out what belongs to A, what belongs to B, and what belongs to both. Exclusion actually gets a little bit weird. Where is that? Oh, I guess that would be after this if statement. Here's where the exclusion, and that actually turns out to not be that bad. What's in A that's not in anything? In B, what's in B that's not in A? We take the union of the two, and that's it. So it's all very interesting. This might actually just be good enough. So hopefully that's making sense. Also working on readability of code. Readability of code. I wish I had an idea what the units of measurement for readability of code are. And what the cost is. I don't think people measure that. So, for example, it might be more efficient for someone to read code a certain way, but the compiler won't be able to optimize it as well. An example is an object-oriented interface for computing areas, when it might be more efficient to have an array of coefficients, and you look up the coefficient based on the type of the object as an integer flag, right? That might be faster than doing vtable lookups, or having whole separate methods instead of one method that just does a table lookup, right? One's more readable maybe, but how much does it cost you in performance or in compile times? You know, some things that are very readable take longer for a compiler to process. So I don't know. I just don't think there are any metrics or studies that adequately address it. Because you have solid, you have clean code, you have dry. In the end, I don't think any of them actually help much. They're okay guidelines, but you can't be dogmatic about these things. Programming is too young to have such dogmatism. I guess the real mastery is when you understand when to break those guidelines. Okay. So is that it? We're just going to go with the complex process and not do the simple process? My tokenizers. We're just going to see what the DFA and NFA look like at the end of this, if it finishes. What is your rule for variables and function names? Kind of don't care, depends on the code base I'm in. Darn it, okay. But I tend to go, class names are Pascal case. Variable names, function names are camel case. I use underscores to break up ideas. The function name or variable name should be descriptive. Do you think variable or function name should be 20 characters or under? Kind of don't care as long as it's informative. Now, what I will say is that there is a bit of a smell around excessively long variable names. I don't know what the limit is, and sometimes it's necessary, right? So if you say, oh, I have a 20 character variable name, I don't care, unless it's something stupid like you see in Java where it's a factory delegate method handler class, and it's it doesn't tell you what it does. It's not descriptive. It's not semantically useful. As long as that 20 characters or more encodes semantically useful information, that's better than a comment. You can describe whether it's a factory delegate, singleton, blah, 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 in a comment. But I want the semantic knowledge of what it means in the name. Also, a lot of those other things you could just hover in your IDE, in which case you're encoding the wrong information. If the compiler can easily tell you, then, oh yeah. Then it doesn't really need to be written. So for example, Hungarian notation. Way back in the day, in the early days of Excel, the guy had prefixes for his variable names, like R underscore whatever, or RI. And those things meant things within the context of the program. So it was row index. RI meant row index. Or C meant column index, or a column reference, right? So you had C underscore or CI underscore. You knew what it was, meaning-wise, something the compiler could not check. But then somebody else came along and said, oh, that's great. We should encode all kinds of information in the variable name. And so they decided that I meant integer and C meant character. And I was like, what? No, that's the stuff the compiler keeps track of. It's not semantic knowledge. That's just typed information. I want to know what this variable means. Telling me it's a row or a column or an index, that's useful. Telling me it's a character, the compiler can do that. Actually, there's a great, let's see, where is it? Let me find this for you. Probably this one. So this guy used to go around giving all these talks about how to write maintainable code. And, people's eyes glaze over at those talks. Instead, he started giving the how to write unmaintainable code guide. And it's hilarious. And I've seen way more of these tricks in professional coding than I ever want to admit to. But this is these are some things you should pay attention to. Some of them. I like the idea of, and I actually ran into this what was it? You have a variable name that's misspelled, but you have two variables, and they both misspell the same word in different ways. That's always a fun one tracking down. But this is a funny read. But yeah, I'm not very dogmatic about most things. I've been doing this too long. Okay, let's see where else. I don't think. Yeah. Need those. That's because it's pointers, blah, blah, blah. It just fixed most of the issues right there. I'm using a tool called Code Climate. It has plugins for PHP Code Sniffer and PHP Mess Detector. Yeah, and running that sort of thing over your code can definitely give you an idea of where those smells are. You know, long lines, very nested things often can be broken apart, but it's not always the best idea to do so. But having someone point out to you, this is a place where you might want to look. Very useful. In a professional setting, I'll use those things religiously because I don't want everybody else's crap to bother me. So I'll be like, what are the rules? Here we go. We're just going to run this every time. Keep it all neat and tidy, and keep that list to 0. I want nothing to print out. I did declare this. Is it complaining? But when it's just me, you know, style doesn't matter that much. I do whatever I feel like, and it changes from day to day. I didn't used to put open brackets on the same line with the conditional. Now I do. I didn't used to align text vertically. Now I do. You know, just it changes. I am confused. Oh, I did not scope these. DFA 2. That should help. We have another temp string somewhere. Oh, pick best state. It's not a thing anymore. Oh, this is actually important. Can accept. So this is the part I said about sorting based on rule IDs. So if A and B overlap, the part that overlaps has to go to the one that's got the earlier rule, if that makes sense. This chunk we may come back to eventually. Okay. It didn't crash. Okay, so what I need to do then is open these new images. Oh, it won't let me open with at the same time. Okay. Hey, that's looking more like it. Okay. So let's see. Share the screen. There's the new one. Okay. So now I said A through Z. Well, it comes in here, and as long as it hangs out in this rule, it's this. If we get a minus sign, or get a forward slash, then we come up to here. If we get a is dash through forward slash, is that an actual thing? I don't remember my ASCII well enough. ASCII. Oh, dash dot forward slash is a range. Very cute. Okay, so that is correct. Cool. So this part here where it says minus forward slash, that means the range from the minus sign through the forward slash, which includes period, 0 through colon, instead of using the backslash D. Yeah. And finally it comes down to here. Not bad, not bad. What else happened? A bunch of things changed. So, remember we were talking about T, right? So what happens to T? T, where's the capital T? Here it is, T. T comes down here, then depending on whether it's O or E next, boom. So that's it. I think we've solved that issue as a byproduct of this process. It now no longer matters what order we test in at all. So if you have any questions about that process, let me know. But that's basically it. Yeah, shockingly, not too bad. Which might mean BV project Tokenizer. Oh, parser. If we search for T, it goes to 7. Let's go here. Let's go to 7 and just see what it looks like. There it is. If we get an O, we go somewhere else. If we get an E, we go somewhere else. Otherwise, this token is complete. State T. So I'm just thinking. This is not quite right. What is still wrong? So here, if we get the letter T, and we get something that's not O or E, I want this to come over here. Same thing with all of these, actually. Every one of these states, if it's not C, should jump to here. So if we get E, N, and then something that's not the next expected letter, it should jump over here. This is much closer, but I don't think it's quite right yet. Every one of these keywords. Oh. Okay. NETPALU, all are technically a subset of this. Why is it not detecting that? And pushing that down. And in fact, these aren't being split up the way I would expect either. I would expect A through Z to be fine, but then this one. So let's go look at the code for. Look at the code around here. So we're in state 0. Let's look at that. NETPAU 1112. Basically, these letters should be separated from this thing altogether. Like I should see A through M, or A through D, right? Or no, B through D as one of these arguments. Which we would fix later, but it's not right yet. This is shockingly close, and it wasn't that far off of working, which is very encouraging. But it's not right yet. Okay, so there's our NFA, DFA. I guess we're not running with the. There's the NFA in non-tabular form, in hierarchical form. Here are those inclusion sets we talked about. Four to 14 exclusion set we talked about. We're so close, but it's not quite right yet. I don't think this is doing the difference like I want. Let me really dive into the difference functions. Oof. I prefer opening bracket on the same line as function declaration. Function declarations, I don't like it on the same line, but that's. I mean, I kind of don't care, but control structures, like logic, like procedural control structures, I like the bracket on the same line. Functions, I like it on a separate line. New B, new A, both. A data, B data. I never removed B from this set. B is still in transitions. If they collide, B will be removed and deleted here. So I'm not removing B from transitions. Is that my problem? I mean, like function greeting. Yep. Yeah, function declaration, I think, on its own line. I'm undecided about things like class or namespace, if those need their own line or not. If they can have the bracket on with the same line. Well, maybe we just run this DFA debug and see what happens. New B, new A, both, but where is B ever removed? Oh, if result transitions remove B, delete B. Okay, so I should have removed it. Okay. So where's DFA debug? Oh, we are edited it. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Compute DFA states. There we are. A equals the inclusion of new line, checking against all these other things. They never intersect. And we check the carriage return. No intersection with anything else in here. / no interaction with anything in that set, colon, same deal. N should interact with this and this. It's not. Oh, interesting. Okay, so our collision detection is wrong. This is incorrect. So the set A is the inclusion of the letter N, because that's one of our keywords, starts with the N. Yeah, we don't care about any of those. But we do care about this one. That one should intersect. That should say the letter N is in the intersection. And it should be the same thing here, because A through Z contains N. Okay, so that puts us in the right area of the code. To look. So we said iData equals the intersection. And if this is not empty, okay, so I guess we can look at intersect. Did I not normalize these all? That's a good question. Transition in unprocessed. Transition point to. Okay, I think this is an NFA, DFA transition pointer. Inclusion. Which is inclusion set, so we can normalize every one of these inclusion sets, I think. That might make a difference. Normalize means all the letters appear in alphabetical order. Should help a lot. Because if you're detecting, so basically when we do the intersection, union, difference, we're running a scan line across both sets of characters and moving it slowly forward through the alphabet to each boundary. So if we didn't have that sorted properly before, we should now open with GIMP. Whoa! Okay, that is different. Are you ready? Here we go. Where's the... All right, here we go. Boom. There's our new DFA. Which may actually be right. So let's just follow T. T can accept. If it does, if it gets an E, S, T, yeah, this is a bit more complicated. But if it gets, oh gosh, I can't tell. Okay, so for O, / other stuff. Yeah, this is less useful now that it's unreadable. PRS, so parse DEF, parse definition. And an awful lot of things come over here to state 5 to hang out. Woof. That is harder to read. But this is what we're talking about. A through Z, then A through N, but the letter O is taken up here, right? A through N, then P through Z is this one. So now we can put these in any order. So if we look for this stuff, where it's A through N, P through Z in the code, BV object parser. N. Here, it's like this one. State 15. Where is state 15 in here? This is a mess. Good heavens. I can't even find it in this chart. 17. Oh, pardon me. $716. Where is 15? There it is, 15. From 15, A through L, N through Z. A through L, N through Z. Boom, there it is. Because the other option is M. M, then this thing, then this thing. This is harder to read. At which point maybe the DFA table is easier to read. So if we get an N, we go to 6, we go to 6. If we get an A, we keep going. Otherwise, we check this. Otherwise, we check that. All right. Should we try it? That DFA is scary looking. It now has, I mean, it's only 42 states, but the interconnectivity is now much crazier, which is kind of cool, actually. Okay, journal here. Let's start up today's work. 12 dash. Oh, 13. Oh my gosh, how are we almost out of December already? I've still got a batch of panucci and a batch of caramel to make. And I haven't wrapped a single present. Tasks. Notes. 60 DFA state ambiguity. Put in transition collision processing, set theory, set operations. Old code to do collisions was uncommented. Had to normalize each transition collision first. Now the DFA looks more right, but is much harder to trace. Which brings me back to VV test parser. So look for lowercase n, oh, not this one, VV project parser. Rule 6, we can go to state 13. Oops. A lot of things go to 13. That's like the catch-all finally. I need to look at, I would like to know man, this is a lot of processing we're doing, but I'm okay with that. This is a point in the processing where I do want to spend more time, computation time, because in the end, the tokenizer will be faster the more we optimize it here. All right, so we're going to get N6. If NA, then we go to state 15, NAC, states 26, 26D, into state 33, state 33E. Even is this? PV toke. Oh, it's parse def. This is E, goes to state 38. Should be F, at which point it's 4, which is this rule number. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. but it could go here or here. So let's look at state 38 in VB project parser. If we get F, we say, hey, current rule is for munch. Go to 13. And if I'm right, then this thing will say, if we get another character, blah, 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 fine. If we get any of those, otherwise we just accept with the rule 4. Yeah, so this is perfect. Actually, this is processing the way I think it should. I think. That DFA got a lot crazier though. Hey, Javest, I'm doing good today. Will you make your coding language unique? A little bit. I have a few very specific ideas I want to explore with regards to looping controls and like comments, like really unique ideas, I think. But it's probably going to be mostly C-like, just in general. It's going to be strongly typed, fairly low level. I don't know how many layers of abstractions I want to add into it, but I mean, that's where you start anyways, right? Yes, Drivest, doing great. We, I think, have just about got this working. So let me show you a picture, Drivest. This is pretty cool. We go to GIMP. This is where we started off today. It's the same set of rules. We built this DFA state last week, right? This is what it looked like. But we fixed a couple things, and now it looks like this one, which is way better. Let's see here, maybe if we... Yeah, that's what a regular expression looks like. Especially when you have complicated keywords and generic IDs, identifiers. Yes, this is perfect. So now all we have to do is plug this in, which I think should just work now. Let's see here. Main build my tokenizers. If we don't do that, if we simplify this one, do not output this. Oh, what the heck? We can do it. It's fine. We're not optimizing anything yet. Oh, we should have an executable now that might actually run. VB project parser.exe. I forgot about that. Source builds debug. VB project parser.exe. And now we have, so this is the thing. VB tokenizer. So we have name encoding, tokenizer definition, parser definition, and test as keywords. And the encoding. So keyword name, and then the name is something. The keyword is encoding. Yep, and then the encoding itself is ASCII, good. Then we have a keyword token definition, and then a file path. Perfect. I think we've got it. Oh, finally. Finally, schminally. Because this is what's in test proj. Name VB project, encoding ASCII, tokenizer definition, vvp.vtoke. So this now runs. What will make a coding language unique? Yeah, I think just some different looping structures and control flow structures that don't exist elsewhere. I'm just playing with ideas. Low level. I think one thing I want to do is similar to the Jonathan Blow Jai. I want no incremental rebuild. I want the build itself to be as fast as possible so it doesn't matter. Like I should be able to do 1,000,000 lines a second. I don't know if I can make it that fast, but I should be within the ballpark. I want no dependencies. I want to put all on the command line. I want no dependencies, literally. No linker, no LLVM dependencies. I want it to just dump straight to exe. We're going to hard code binary Intel x86-64 binary code straight into the windows.exe file, which is the, what is that called? The PE file definition format, portable executable or something like that. So it's gonna be a long time before we get there. Because mostly this is about the journey, not the destination in this case. We're exploring lots of ideas. When we first get through semantic analysis, probably the first thing we'll do is an interpreter. Then we'll do a transpiler to C. Then we'll do, we'll generate some what's it called? Assembly language. Maybe we will generate some LLVM or maybe some WASM, NASM, or FASM or something, or some WebAssembly. We can do that. But eventually we're going to settle on dumping straight to direct EX executable, not using any dependencies at all in the end. I've already got the name of the language picked out, which is usually the hard part. But like I said, this was less about the destination, more about the journey, just getting there, building every piece ourselves, learning how it works, fighting through the bugs individually. So I think this all works. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to vvp.vvp. We're going to change that, which means vvp vtoke. We're going to rename file and buffer to vvp vtoke. We're going to go to makefile. And we're going to run you might as well just run the whole thing again, right? That's a decent way to test. So for example, I don't want a while loop or a do while loop. I have one looping structure that can cover both cases and cases that neither can handle. I think that'll be nice. It's based on an old paper. Let's see, when was that paper? What's the date on this paper? 1974. A paper from 1974 has a discussion on 2 different looping constructs that don't exist in any modern language that I know of. And the last time I Googled it, did not exist anywhere else. So, okay, Tokenizer. So that seems to be working. So in theory, -p vvp dot vvp -n enter -n. Oop, not that. Dumping stack trace. Oh, it's not quite working yet. Go only has 4 loops. Yeah. Any language that doesn't have a do while makes me sad. There are a few times where you just need that flow. And like I said, there are cases where, I don't know, it's, so obviously the most generic loop is the infinite loop, which you can do with a simple goto. But you don't want people to trace through gotos to figure out what you meant, so you have the keyword while, condition. while 1, while true. Then you know that's an infinite loop. But then you also have actual conditions, so while something is true, keep going. Sometimes that's better than a for loop. Sometimes you're not counting a for, you're literally just waiting until a condition is true. So while is perfect. Sometimes you want to do a thing before you check, in which case the do while is perfect. And the fact that Python doesn't have a do while just makes me angry. But then there's times when you want to do things before and things after the check, in which case that's where this 1974 paper comes in. Very slick little idea. And once you have that, the while, the do while, and the infinite loop all come with it automatically. They're just handled by this one construct. So that's one we want to experiment with. Also, multi-point exits from a loop. That's a good one. Then I have some other constructs that I've dreamed up myself, not just from that paper. And I know they work because I've prototyped them, but I don't know if they're faster than the alternative methods of flow control. As long as they're comparable, I like having them in the language. So we'll see where we end up. Yeah, probably very, very C-like in a lot of ways. All right, so character reference update. STL algo base. That's making me sad just looking at it. Line 405. What does this have to do with algo base? This is ASCII. And ASCII's getting an invalid byte somewhere. I don't like the layers of abstraction that hide what's going on. Oh, that's this algo base. It's in define line. That's what. Ah. Charef update 405. It says it's crashing at this point, which probably means it's buffer contents. Okay, where are we? Process file, process. VV project parse. Hey, Jose Caro. Hello, I'm from Brazil. I want to talk to you, but I don't have proper English. I'm going to use Google Translate. Can you use Google Translate to speak to me in Portuguese and I to you in English? Sure. First of all, though, oi, tudo bom? Como você está? I only speak a teeny tiny little bit of Portuguese, so. Let's see here. Claro, eu posso fazer isso. I speak Spanish, so it's not quite right. My pronunciation can be atrocious for Portuguese. Obrigado. No, that's obrigado. Let's see. De nada? There we go. Maybe that's. Yeah, de nada. What are you doing? So I'm just writing up a quick little response. We'll get it pasted in and talk about it. See how that turns out. Okay. So right now we're writing a compiler from scratch. We take we're in the Tokenizer Generator phase. We take a configuration file with regular expressions in it. We turn that into an NFA. We turn the NFA into a DFA, and then we use the DFA to write out a code file for a tokenizer itself, given that configuration. And I really hope Google is doing an okay translating that. It looks okay to me from a Spanish, not Portuguese speaker worldview. Like, there's enough cognates and grammatical similarities that it looks like it might be close enough. Yes, I hope I can finish this project successfully too. Thanks, it's a fun project to learn. But I do like, let's see here, what's it called? Coxinhas. Those are good. Coxinhas are good. It's been a long time since I've had let's see what's it called. I don't know how to say juice anymore. Cajun. Cajun juice is good, and maracuja, very good. But the churrascarias is really where the Brazilians win. Oh, so good. I love the churrascarias. Okay. So, text buffer define line. We have to back up to trim any white space, then we update, and it's crashing here, and I don't know why. So go back in line 405, it's here. Print underscore buffer. Contents. Const char star. Okay, so print. What's the other thing we want to know? We want to know offset, m underscore char offset, m underscore char offset -1. Okay, that's our problem. I think so too. I created several languages in Python, some kind of poorly done because I did it when I didn't know how to do it right, and others quite good. Yep. Let me type out a response here. Yeah, okay, so let's see here. Yeah, we're doing everything the wrong way. It's way easier to just write a tokenizer than it is to write a tokenizer generator. A tokenizer is simple, right? It's just a loop over characters. Decide what you do when you see a character. Piece of cake. We're also doing this with 100 different combinations of options where you can choose different things that might have performance implications, and we do all of them. So yeah, we're just here to learn. Oop, that's the wrong text. Wrong text, get the translated text. There we go. Boom. Yep, we're just here to learn, have fun. We're not here to destroy C++ or whatever people like to claim their language will do. So there you go. Yep. Okay, so we're crashing. Our character offset is indeed wrong. Which raises the question how we got here. Whoa, I hope you can do everything. I think we'll take time because compilers are complex. Yes, they are. Oops, let's see. Creating a language 2 from another must be even more difficult. Yes, it is very difficult. We only work on this project on Fridays, so it's going to take us a long time. Oh, yep. Yep, so we're just here to have fun. No. Tokenize your new line on 4. So go up 4. Print current. P. Character offset 0. P. Where's there a capital P? In VVP, VVP, capital P. Character offset 0. Why are we marking a new line then? Very suspicious. It makes sense. Every 1 day a week should take a while. Hey, Jose, thanks for the follow. Always appreciate the follows. Let's see here. Oh, yes, obrigado. Let's see here. I guess I should give the rundown for the other. Monday through Thursday, we build a game with no game engine. That's where we spend most of our time. Yes. So if our character offset is 0, and the value is a trash value, to be fair, why are we getting a new line command out of this thing? Okay, maybe test underscore proj is working. Yep, we're just having fun here. I'm getting a new line on the first character before we advance anything. Process file. All right, back to make file. We're going to take DFA debug. No, not that one. We'll take this one. We're going to log the tokenizer. Must be really cool to create games without a game engine. Yeah, it's yes and no. There are parts that are hard. A lot of it is easier than you might think. If you keep your expectations reasonable for a solo developer. Solo programmer, maybe that'll translate better. So yeah, yes and no. Some parts you're like, oh my gosh, this took way longer than I thought it would. Like rendering text, but other parts it's like, actually that wasn't that hard. It was 2 days of work and I got something up and running and it worked fine. But you also have to be realistic. I'm not making AAA games here. Yep, we're not making anything crazy. I created an AI agent using AI, specifically the cursor IDE, which has the functionality to create things using AI. This project was made in Python and is somewhat complete. Cool, cool. Let's see, I know in Spanish that's chévere, but cool. Oh yeah, legal. Legal. I always think it's funny in English that looks like the word legal, which is never anybody's idea of a good time. So we come back up here. We just run it dash n. Start new token. New line. That doesn't make any sense. Makes sense. Thank you. Yep. Here's an idea. Okay. Code snippets. Tokenizer. Process. Wait, no. Let's see. BB Hodge parser. These then. Legal in Portuguese has two meanings: the legal of cool and the legal of legal. Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was the same word for legal. I've heard it in the concept of cool, so that's interesting. Like I said, I don't know that much Portuguese. Barely enough. I might not starve to death. Process. The context. Gives me a buffer. So if I do this, context dot buffer, ooh, I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for like a month. That was pretty fun. But I was never flexible enough for capoeira. Portuguese can be a little difficult in some parts, even for me as a native, because there are 4 types of Y's. Yeah, in Spanish there are, well, I guess there are two types of what, but they all have different meanings. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know that much about Portuguese. Like I have a few memorized phrases and that's it. Like I said, I speak Spanish, so I can read some Portuguese with just using cognates and grammatical similarities, but not as much as I should. So let's see here. Const char star contents and size. And printf? Is that a thing? No, all languages are a little bit interesting. text contents and printf. SN printf. I don't want SN printf, do I? Is there FN printf? And printf, only the string version. Okay. Fine. Char star temp equals new character using context.buffer size +1 SN printf into temp context buffer contents. I wanted to ask a little question. My project is on GitHub. Could you test it and give your opinion or ideas for additions? You can put in the issues if you want, so I can remember the ideas. You can share the GitHub. That's fine. I don't know if we'll take a look at the code, but I'm not going to try and build it today, if that's all right. But yeah, we can take a look. Buffer size format. Buffer. Context.buffer size format. So let me just type that up real quick here. Delete temp. Okay, let's go do that. Okay. So let's see, here we go, boom. Yeah, there we go, we'll put that in Portuguese. Okay, Jemmy Coder shows how to use the project. Okay, all right. Clone installed dependencies. Create a .env file in the root directory. Use your Google API key. Okay. Start the program. Add single file to the context. Add folder, natural language commands. Okay. Main. Let's go look at the requirements first, actually. Requirements. Google Generative AI, Python, .environment rich, and prompt toolkit. Okay, only 4 dependencies. That's not too bad. Okay. Got a chat going. Most of the work is done in process custom command. Start project stretcher. Return a list with all the paths to archive to project archives. Okay, project files. Okay. Ignore directories like iCache. Start project chat. JSON. Guarantee that we have an initial state, initial history, convert history, saved history to a format for Gemini. Process custom command. Add file code base. Okay. Okay. Gemini coder. This is a project management type of thing. Okay. User request. Edit file, path content, remove terminal. Use the Google Gemini API. Go to the Google API Studio website. That's the way to start building with Gemini, next generation of multimodal generative AI models. Okay. So let's see here. Okay. Yeah, I don't really do AI. don't have a desire for AI. Yes, it is, but it's inside the projects folder, inside the project folder. Okay, okay. I understand, yeah. Um, what kinds of things do you want the AI to do? I think a lot of people want to use AI, but don't have a clear understanding of what they, like what it should do, what it shouldn't do. Tokenizer process. Did I not? Oh, embed. There we go. Everything the user wants. Let's see here. Can I get that to? I already have Emacs. Project file. Then go straight to tokenizer.process from. Tokenizer or maybe project parser. Oh, project.cpp. There we go. Parse a file. You can create a project without using AI, just run the AI code and create everything, but you can use AI to fix or adjust some things. Oh, let's see, I guess I should type this into translate here first. Oh. So far, just project structure then. Okay. So mostly just project structure then, I guess. Project parser. So here's my problem with this right now. If I run this thing, this is looking at this, which is very similar to VVPV VVP.VVP. Name project encoding ASCII toke definition. Oh. I know, later I'll add the functionality of using the functional power terminal. Nifty. Sounds like fun. I guess I guess I had an idea. I'll add the terminal system now. So I guess the question is, what is Gemini good at? What does it do? My tokenizers. There it is. Syntax is all in there. Seems to work. I'm going to go to this thing. Test proj. Works fine. But this one doesn't. Project. I feel like something isn't being called the way I want it to. Are we in lazy or batch? Gemini can do everything. I created a to-do app using React.js plus Vite. Super beautiful, cool animations and layout. Okay. Definitely creating code, especially websites. It's definitely crazy what they've accomplished in the last couple of years, but I'm not ready to hand over control. Brainstorming. That makes sense. There we go. I think that encapsulates that idea enough. Brainstorming makes more sense. Many people just take AI output and just trust it, just use it without trying to understand it. For simple tasks, it may be good enough, but I don't trust it enough. Okay, so when I say process file, I say context read the file, then do the process, which should call in here, which should log this. Right? Let's find this text in DB project parser. There it is. Embed my tokenizers. Okay. I'll get the code just by looking. I can already understand the output sometimes. Ask guys simple questions to learn about a topic. Yeah, I think a lot of people use it as basically a search engine. But I'm not sure it's any better than old school Google, right? Modern AI basically puts the topic, it maybe, so the old PageRank algorithm used to basically rely on some statistics about how people interact with pages. And if your page was interacted with in certain ways, it would be ranked higher. So if I looked for a topic, it would return probably some of the best pages on the internet on that topic. But they keep modifying their algorithm. I think it's worse than it used to be. That's also a liar. Now it is. There it is. So if I say process, let's see here, make file, running batch process. Actually, we can look that one back. So if we go to text is null. That's why it's crashing. Bonk. Okay. It's actually quite common. Yep. I'm not sure how good that comes through in the translation. Like I said, it's crazy cool what AI has accomplished, but I don't think it fixes any of my problems. Let's see, maybe I should type that up. Large learned language models will be able to replace me. There will have to be a different technology that does that. My theory is that LLMs will be the interface between that future AI technology and the human user. This takes a little longer to have a conversation with we're going through. Oh, good gravy. Come on, stop. I just wanted to select the text. Oh, wait, is that a button? Oh, if only they put words on buttons. God, modern user interfaces suck so bad. Just put a word on it. Ugh. Anyway, I'm over it. Okay, so our problem is it's not reading the text file in, which it's not outputting an error. It is saying for each token in process file, It is really, yeah, it is very impressive. Context read file. Read file. Text buffer. Read file. Text buffer implementation. Read file. File name. Label. It's not reporting an error. Oh, maybe it is reporting an error. It will only be a tool to help us. Yep, exactly. Yes. I agree. Concordo, which I know is gringo pronunciation, but whatever. Okay, so let's see. I think I know what to do, or at least to get the next piece of information, but I'll take a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. Shavolto. I'm gonna take a shower and then I'm gonna watch YouTube. Goodbye. Let's see here. Ciao. Ciao. How do they spell that? Really? That's how they spell it? Okay, Portuguese. Ciao. See you next time. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is not here. We're still going to go to the prod parser. This process context dot, no, not context, error count. It's greater than 0. Log errors. Warning count, log warnings. Yep, not error count. And then we do this. Oof, okay. Otherwise, return, let's see here, std vector token result, return result. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to say if there was an error, so probably like opening the file, there probably was an error in there. I kind of don't care. This one still works. No. What file does it think it's reading? // Oh. My bad. We're in the wrong directory. Boom. It is working. And it does have a file. Oh. VB proj parser. And some new lines around this, that would help a lot. We're actually put 2 after this one. Okay. We want this inside of something else. Found if def trace log tokenizer. Okay, we only want that to show up sometimes. if we have errors, if we have warnings. Otherwise, we continue. I need to return a plus vector. Static or static? You know what though? I think context. Okay, context always has tokens, and it should clear them. Therefore, VB_proj parser. This should always return this thing, actually, no matter what. We can probably do that now. Yes. Okay, I think that's about it. I think we've got VB project built on top of itself now. Okay, so 1, 2. We run that one, still looks okay. We run this one. Okay, let's put this back in. It should re-embed all that, so that should be fine. Okay. So we fixed our DFAs. Those are working now. And we should be parsing our own VB project with our tokenizer itself. Okay. We run that. We run test proj. Oh. Actually, let's hear VB project. We basically want this. I really, really want to get rid of most of this stuff. I think we have a simpler way to do this now. For while we get the token, and then either way we go, Push the tokens. Do this. This is not the best way to write it. I think it'll work. So we push tokens, we found some tokens, add a blank line. See how that works. Hey, Javest, doing great actually. We have fixed the DFA. We've got our VV project parsing its file with a file generated by itself now. I thought we'd be a lot more suffering today than that, but I think we're in pretty good shape. Reference the following text, which is just text, and then lazy begin text reference. There we go. And how are you doing? How's your project going? Got your CSS, your JavaScript all rolling? How different are the websites you do? Like, is there a lot of difference between them or not much? Process text ref. That's what I meant. Okay. Oh, come on. I didn't pass the label. That's right. Yep, so far so good. Cranking along. I think we're just about done with the task we started last week. Oh, not tokenizer next token. It is. VV project parser next token. I think our interface to our own tokenizers have just gotten a lot better. Only I could remember. Has token next token. $35 and $28, huh? Here's 35. token.log. All right, closer and closer. Now we can turn off that debug trace logging thing. Finally, that would be nice. Okay, that worked. Found 9 tokens. Okay, then we run this one. Okay, I think that clarifies all of that. We can remove this. So in this one, yes, that's much better. Okay. Excellent. Okay, so if we run this one, here are the pound defines we built with. Here are the tokens. There are 9 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then we run this thing, and it's fine. So here then is the question. And we can change this now. It's not hard to change. Do I want these colons in here? I don't really need the colon. I don't really want the colon. vvp.vtoke. Actually, I'd have to leave that in. I'll put vvp.vtoke back. Or take away the syntax. File path. I don't think a file path needs a colon, does it? Oh, it does. There's a C colon. Yeah, so it does need it. So we take syntax out. And then run that again. Then pvp.pvp and lose the colons, I think. Changing the tokenizer, then we change it in the project file itself. Which I think we've just done. Okay. So now that still works, and this still works, and test should not work. But why it doesn't work, I don't know. Why is this putting me in this directory? I don't want to be in this directory. Active projects, vv, test.vvp. That actually looks like it should parse. So why is it not? This one does. gbb run backtrace no such file in allocator. This null in inclusion rule sort normalize. Normalize. This equals null. It should not do that. Process DFA transitions complex. Sort. Inclusion set. Firstly, this should not get null anywhere, I think. I haven't changed anything there. How can that have a null? Something getting normalized. DFA, two DFA converters. Complex. There should be no null inclusion. That basically goes away. Okay, so if a transition has no occlusion, is there a case where we do that? Is it the occlusion is null? Transition occlusion. Null. Otherwise, the real question is NFA DFA transition dot occlusion is null. Skipping. Continue. Pop. If transition A is null, continue. which also means B has to be checked as well. Transition B is null. We just skip it. We're going to try that, but then we do need to figure out where this null is coming from. Syntax. Oh, right. We changed that. VB project. We don't skip syntax anymore. Okay. Oh, something happened. Hey, C-Films. Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? How's your webpage? I still haven't watched any of the movies we talked about last time. Takes me a while to get around to those things. The Intern, 51st Dates, School of Rock, King Kong, Terra Nova, and Upload are all on my list still. But yeah, thanks for the raid. Hopefully everybody is having fun. So let's do a little shout out so that people who want to can find shout out, find C-Films content. He is an avid film cinematography kind of person. We are working on compilers today. This time, we're replacing our own file processing with our own tokenizer that we generated. So in theory, we're going to run this one. It should still work. Although we should change that test project. We don't do that anymore. And then we also want to run this test. Backtrace. Intersect with something that's not, it should not do that. It should skip that. We talked about this already. Okay, we'll figure this out. Oh. So how was your stream today, C-Films? DFA to DFA converter. If B occlusion is null, we should skip. Oh, I see. I put it inside that chunk. My bad. Whoops. That's looking better. A through M, O through Z. Okay. Run this one. Oh. Run this one. Looking good. Keyword name, keyword encoding, keyword file. Okay, and then we run that one, and it works. And we run it over this one, and it works. Okay, we've done it. we have done it. So if you look at our project, we now use our own tokenizer to get the tokens out of our project files. So these project files, test.vbp. So this project file generates the code that we're using to parse these files. So this file generates the code that parses this own file. Nice. That was not that bad. That could have been a lot worse. Okay. So over to journal. I'm going to basically come over here. And do that, and then we retested the tokenizer. We plumbed everything in. We did that. So that's all in. Oops. Come back. Here we go. There we go. Human eyeball. Okay, next. Next thing up is we fixed the NFA to DFA conversion to handle colliding transitions. Uses the old set operations union called onion in this code base because union is a reserve word in C++. Intersection difference and union. Okay. There is a case where we get null inclusions in our transitions. We'll have to look into that a bit more closely. Okay, 2. The VB project now uses the generated VB project parser to tokenize the project file. Working on vbp.vbp and test.vbp. Then we need to do the same thing for the tokenizer definition file, basically. We're going to generate a tokenizer, we're going to test it all on its own. Then we'll plumb it in so that we are using it. Nice. Okay. So that finally gets us to a point where we can commit. That is irritated, I don't know why. I'm almost out of water too. Just in time. Colliding DFA transitions now resolved. VV project now runs off its own generated tokenizer. Boom. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, it's irritated. Okay. What else do we need to do? VV project. Basically, we've already removed all the old code. Okay. Okay, so let's go put those into our to-do list. VV project, semantic analysis, missing required fields. What else? NFA to DFA converter. Stop the null conclusions in NFA DFA transition. I would like to add that as a note actually to NFA to DFA converter. I don't like the fact that I'm checking if it's null. We do find the cause. Oof, now both eyes are irritated. Find the cause of the null and prevent it rather than skip it. Okay, that's important. We don't want to lose track of these tasks. There we go. Because we want to do more complicated things. We want to actually turn this into a PDFA, not a DFA. Oh, my eyes. Okay. And that's going to require a bit more syntax than I want to hand parse. Or hand tokenize, rather. Cool, cool, cool. Good progress. So, journal. We did kind of write a thing already for this, which was the vvp.vtoke. Oh no. No, this is not what we want. We want vtoke.vvp. Oh, and this is our problem. We have to walk through the regular expressions using the encoding of the output file. I remember I was going to write a note to do this last time. So in journal, add support for multiple character encodings in Tokenizer. Oh, I really don't like that. Here's what's happening. In VVPVV project, this thing can just be stuck straight at ASCII. I don't care. You want to, the name of your file can just be ASCII. right? And your name should just be ASCII. Like, we'll just make this all ASCII, that's fine. But this thing, VV toke, which we now need to do that too. vtoke.vtoke. This thing, if it's ASCII, it has, we need to limit it to ASCII characters. So if this is ASCII, then this thing should only support ASCII. If this thing is Latin 1, this thing should only support Latin 1. If this thing is UTF-8, this should only support UTF-8, this file. So the format of this file has to be tokenized where I choose the type at runtime. Because you have to read in the configuration of the project to choose the configuration to run through this thing. Oh, that's awkward. Awkward. We're already kind of doing that. Like, we have a code file that does multiple encoding types. Source charref, because of this thing. This thing supports 3 different encodings. You pick a default one. Come on, scrolling mouse. You pick a default one, and then any character reference you create uses the default encoding unless you set the encoding yourself. But this is not in the tokenizer. This is something we handcrafted ourselves. Oh, do I have regrets? Do I have regrets? Is this a level of complication I don't want to deal with? Do I want to support this? I want to support this for myself, like my own internal use on this project, but I don't want to support multiple encodings for general use. Although, is that kind of hypocritical of me? It might be. It might be hypocritical of me. So maybe we just do it. So if we add this to assets, code snippets, character reference, multi.cpp. Ugh. Character reference, we'll steal from UTF-8 to get started. Well, we're going to actually have to steal from everything. And everything has to be indented by 4. We need that. The invalid reason table is the same across both. Okay. I think all of this is reasonable. Contents of this equals the other thing. Oh. No. We don't do that here. This is a different use case. This equals other, okay? Okay. Yeah, there are some regrets here. Some regrets. Is it regrets? Is it actual regrets? The other thing we want to look at is charref cpp set encoding. We need that. Return underscore encoding equals. So this is the old assignment. Good enough. We do need equivalency testing. Autopilot for typing is too strong here. We do have not equals. We don't need all these operator support in the end. But we do need a few. We need this one. We do need not equal. I guess we do need all these. Or we just need less than equal to. No, I guess we just support all of them, don't we? So I should just be able to copy all of that from here. So where are we at? Less than. Oh. Okay, so we have equal, not equal, equal, not equal, and we have less than equal to. And that's the only other one we need. Why don't we just copy all of this? Oh. Is same. That is a function that we don't have in this one. If the buffers are equal and if they're at the same offset. Fine. Okay. Byte count, byte offset, character offset. We are going to steal those. Byte, byte, char. Is at start of line, is at end of line. Those are two important methods. Is valid, invalid reason string. All of this is fine. C string and value. Advance gets complicated. The string valid is valid, end of line, start of line. I think all that's fine. C string, I don't think needs to change at all. It's the advance, which we'll get to in a minute. To end, we do not need Advance. Here's the advance. Okay. Blah, blah, to end. So, to end. Right. Okay. We do not need adjacent. We do not need either of those here. Value. And C string is already part of this. C string, I guess we don't need C string length. Already done is valid stuff. Set default encoding and so forth. Does this thing need to return the buffer? Nope. Okay. We do need the character encoding names. Clear and update. Update. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, it's a big one. And yes, we use go-tos. We are afraid of go-tos when it makes sense. Encoding names. Unpacked, we don't have to do any of that. We're packing. Encoding names. Invalid reason names. Okay, oh my goodness. Is this gonna be worth it? Just increased my size of everything by more than I really want. Multi. Okay. have told ourselves that we only have 3 encodings. Oh no! I think I'm sad now. Yeah, I'm becoming sad. This is getting weird. So I have this amount of water. I have 3 character encodings inside my tokenizer stuff. And I have 3 different character encodings outside of that. And I need to be able to support all 3 while using the tokenizer. Hmm. Multiple support. Multiple encoding support is making me sad. And in fact, can end up with some very bizarre behaviors. Not bizarre, but so. And this is like a one-off. This is the only time I want this one feature to be available is multiple encoding support in the tokenizer, depending on what you set before you start tokenizing. Everywhere else, I want it completely hard-coded and locked down. For speed, oh shoot. Project has its own encoding now. Multi. Darn. Project encoding. var ref. Nope. Project defaults to something, it doesn't really matter, it's going to parse it here. And we need to support multi. So we need our own encoding name. Oh, bugger. Okay. I'm going to I'm going to go heat up some water for Monte. While I ponder the mysteries. This is a thorny enough problem for me to think about it for a few minutes. I'll be right back. Okay. We're just gonna try and muscle our way through this. Are we gonna try and muscle our way through this? Things should not have changed much yet. Okay, so we need encoding names in VV project. VV project, HPP, and then char ref dot HPP encoding names. And then we also need VV or no, char ref encoding names. Except we're going to add one more called multi. And then in VV project, yeah, this is going to be a little bit on the painful side. It means we have to support multiple encodings, which is fine as long as you tell me the encoding you're going to use in the end. I haven't worked my way all the way through this, so I'm thinking what? Somewhere along the way, I may just run out of good ideas. Okay, now okay, so instead of charref, I'm going to do VB project encoding name. Multi. I think this is going to be very, very ugly in a few spots. I think it's doable. I think it's doable. If it's multi, then we need to add a few updates. Once we set the default, we're done, and we just carry on as usual. We need a place to put that. How much regret am I going to have on this? Okay. Oh, instead of charref, oh no, the string ref also needs to know about multi. Shoot. Okay. Mm-hmm. Ref multi string ref whatever. Is the charref ASCII? Charref len 1. Okay. String ref whatever. This one, there are a couple of questions. If they're the same, then it doesn't matter. Byte count, byte offset, char offset. If we're at the start of the line and at the end of the line, that should be fine. Is it valid? Invalid reason. What I'm most worried about is in the back off. I don't see a back off. Assignment is same. Equivalency testing. Byte count. Byte offset, char offset. Is it start? Is that end? Is valid. Invalid reasons. String methods. The value advance. To end. I think we're going to do that. Update is big. Okay, then clear. And update. Is white space back 1? Is white space is fine. Back 1. This is only a new DFA. Otherwise, the other back one, href, I guess ASCII. What's that? M underscore encoding equals href encoding UTF-8. Then we do all the extra work. Then update. M underscore byte. That equal, oh. M underscore byte offset equals our character offset. They're the same thing in the other case. Okay. Is that it? Where are we at here? I just feel like it's a little bit, not spaghetti, but no. This is just the one weird use case I want this for. I do want it. String ref UTF-8. String ref multi. Ref multiple. I'm not even sure really. Why did I have to wrap this? String ref. Let's get the ASCII one, I guess. Let's just see what the differences are. Okay, string ref clear. This is the constructor. The only real difference is that we also keep track of the character offset, which as long as we advance character offset and byte offset the same in our multi-char, yeah, should be fine. Equals or compare C string. I mean, honestly, all of this is probably just fine from strref UTF-8. I think I actually removed that. So. Assets, code, snippets, charref. No, we want stirref multi.cpp. I don't think there's a difference. Okay, then in that case, where we are is in VB project. Write charref. And then when we write stirref multi, it's actually the same as UTF-8. Is that it? I don't think stirref UTF-8 is any different. Okay. So if VVP, VVTOK VVP is multi, that should be interesting. Okay. VB tokenizer definition. Oh, we're gonna, let's see here. Make file. That's this right here. VTOK. VB tokenizer definition parser. We're not going to build it into that just yet. That is all the old way of processing things. This is a new way of processing things. Okay. Test proj. Test toke. Def. Don't know why we did that. Okay. Tokenizer definition parser. We'll come back around to our text. All we need to do then change that for VB tokenizer definition parser. Otherwise, it's the same. All we really care about is getting the tokens out. Except vtoke.vtoke. So we need a token name. An action, discard a new line. Regex set comment, fine, blah, blah, blah. the last question is, what do we want this file to actually look like? Let's copy this into this test text here. Shiroi Kitsuna. Okay, Javest, you have a wonderful weekend. See you on Monday. Sounds good. Shiroi Kitsuna, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. We are building a compiler from scratch, and we're doing it in all the wrong ways that I find fun and interesting. Let me know if you have any questions, otherwise I can give you the short rundown. We're building a tokenizer generator right now. So we read in a configuration file with a bunch of regular expressions in it, and it generates our tokenizer for us. Stage 1 of a compiler. And it's probably not the way you need to do it if you're going to make a language. Writing your own tokenizer by hand is not that hard. It is not the hard part of a compiler. But I like that NFA, DFA stuff. I think it's a fun puzzle. So that's what we're working on, is the tokenizer generator. And we're making right now the tokenizer generator read-in files using tokenizers written by the tokenizer generator itself. So it's all a little bit circular and meta right now. And once we get that working, we will be able to make changes to our to our file format. It's not my area of expertise. It looked interesting. I mean, I think it's interesting. So for example, let me see here. And I can go into a lot more detail if you're interested, but here's what we did today that worked out pretty well. We started off with this, which is wrong, but looks neater. We fixed a couple things, and now it looks like this, which is harder to follow, but it's a little bit, it's more correct. So I guess, what do you know? Do you know about regular expressions? I'm a web dev. I don't understand a single thing here. Okay, fair enough. Let me back up then. I guess let's go into a scratch buffer here real quick. So when you write a compiler, you start with a text file. It goes into a process called the tokenizer or scanner or lexer. I don't know why people can't just pick one, but I would call it a tokenizer. And out comes a list of tokens. So maybe our text looks like this, right? 1 plus 2. And then out comes the tokens, which is a list, 1 plus 2, right? And then those get fed into a parser, and that kicks out an abstract syntax tree, which means that we have plus, and it has 2 children, something like this. One and 2, okay? So the tokenizer scanner takes a block of text and turns it into small words. Maybe we could even like put quotes around things if we cared about it, but we're not going to bother right now. Then you get an abstract syntax tree, which says the plus sign is adding 1 and 2, right? Then you take the abstract syntax tree and you pump it into semantic analysis. And that outputs an AST plus, right? So in this case, we're going to say, I don't know what type plus is. Maybe it's a float. Maybe it's two strings we're concatenating. Maybe it's two integers. But we don't know what type this is. We don't know how much memory to put in our output. But when we go through semantic analysis, we say a plus. Well, I have to know what the left and I have to know what the right are. And when we get this back, what we get is plus has to be an integer because its children are integers. So let's see here, int 1. It figures out the type and memory requirements of everything that you need to store. Boom. Okay. Then from here, it depends a lot. Maybe you go interpreter, transpiler, assembly, right? Whatever. Okay, so that's that. The tokenizer, you can write your own tokenizer. You just go through each character of a text and you say, do I know what this is? Is it a plus? Well, you know what a plus is. You know how to deal with it. You get a digit. Okay, well, let's just keep eating digits until we run out of digits. Did I get a decimal point while I'm in the middle of digits? Well, then that's going into the parse float function, right? So it's really not hard to write your own tokenizer, but that's not what we're doing. Right now, what we are doing is we're taking a tokenizer definition config file. We're feeding it into alignment a tokenizer generator, which outputs code for a tokenizer, which we then compile into our tokenizer. So we're writing the code for this part right now. Does that make sense? Hopefully that gives you enough context. Something like a simplified, let's see here, simplified version of assembly. No, so this tokenizer definition file, it looks something like this, maybe vtoke.vtoke, where we say, here's the name of the token. It's called a line. For now, we're using the letter X to say discard it. Like, I don't want this in our abstract syntax tree, but we need it to break up lines. And when I get this character, I'm going to call a new line so that I mark where the lines are and I know what lines tokens are on for when I report errors, right? White space, I ignore it. Since we support UTF-8, we can also ignore web page non-breaking spaces, which is something that's broken me before in like YAML parsing. Not me personally, but the library we're using killed me. Here's a comment. We can put comments in our file if we want to. But the token name, it's going to be this regular expression. And we compile this regular expression into something, these regular expressions into something like this. So these patterns in the code file, we build up into an NFA. Let's see here. I have an NFA somewhere. Yep. So here's what an NFA looks like. It means non-deterministic finite automata. So every state you start at 72, you say this is an OR. It can be either whatever is in 79 or 70. Well, how do I know which one to pick? Well, I have to try both. So it's non-deterministic. You have to look, and if you find something you can't handle, you back off, and then you try the next path, right? So in a lot of cases, this is not very efficient. So you take this NFA, non-deterministic finite automata, and you compile it into something like this, where it's very deterministic. From state 0, here's what I do. If I get a /, I go to state 4. From state 4, if I get a /, I hang up here until I run out of things, right? Until we just run out of stuff. But yeah, this looks more complicated, but it's actually much more straightforward. So if we were to go look at the code for state 8 that this generates, right? Let's go to that, hide this, VV project parser. Let's go look for this thing state 8. So you can see if we get if the current letter is O, then we consume that character and say, here's the original rule that matches this letter. And here's where we go next. We go to state 17 next. If it's an E, well, then we're going to state 6. We're going to state 18. And if it's this other stuff, we go to state 13, blah, blah, blah. So this DFA here turns into code very nicely. So what we're generating is C++. So yeah, we're taking a configuration file and turning out thousands of lines of code. Now, the tricky part is, the part that makes this hard to read is I have all these pound-if defines. Anywhere I had a choice for a performance potentially impacting choice, I took it. I said, we're going to do it every way. So let's see here. Performance switches. How do you open and read a file? Well, we have 3 different ways to do that. How do you iterate over your text? Well, I have 2 different ways to do that. How do we dispatch when we're switching between DFA states? Well, we've got 4 different ways to do that. And all of these are different combinations of things. Do we bind function pointers, or we just wrap them in a lambda when we're doing function pointer stuff? That's an option. Et cetera, et cetera. So if you count all these together, it's like 130, 140 different combinations of ways we could build and run this file. And we'll measure the performance eventually. So there's your orientation. This is where we're working, way back in the early stages. Oh yeah, I was putting brackets around processes, wasn't I? Semantic analysis is something a developer would write. AST with extra information. There we go. That's aligned a little bit better. Thanks for the explanation. It all makes more sense now. Yeah, like I said, this is all bad, wrong. Don't do this if you want to write an actual language, but we're more worried about the journey than the destination. The tokenizer for any reasonable language would only take me, I don't know, a couple of days, maybe a week or 2 over the life cycle of a project where we have to make syntax changes. And we've spent weeks and weeks on this already, but this is kind of the fun part for me. This Tokenizer Generator, we're going to explore it. We're going to play with it. We're going to do weird things to it. So yeah, like I said, let me know if you have any questions about a particular thing, and I will be happy to address it, but I don't think I'll ever make a compiler anywhere in the near future. Don't say that. I think everyone should make a compiler. It's good for your soul. But it's not everyone's cup of tea. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of a niche thing. Okay, so where was I at? Test, tokenizer definition, discard, and line. Discard. So our new syntax is going to be something more like this. We probably should test it this way. We're going to use more, like for ease while we were getting started, we were using just a single character to indicate the actions. Now we're not. So we're going to do something like that. Or, so here's the thing. Where do you know? How do you know you're starting a regular expression? Should all regular expressions start with a colon? We can. That's probably good practice. Do we need this? Or this? The only thing we really need is to know where the regular expression actually starts. Is that more readable? We're just trying to write a little test file. Well, since I'm still a junior with 3 years of experience, yeah. Let's see, when did I write my first? Well, I wrote a compiler in college. It wasn't a very big one, but then I've written several like domain-specific languages. Most of them are like line-based. Read a line of text, split it just on white space, and then process it from there. But yeah, we're just having fun here, just playing around, trying to decide what our file format's going to end up as. So yeah, if there's any part of this you want to talk about in more detail, I'm happy to do that. We support ASCII, Latin 1, and UTF-8 encodings for our regular expressions, which I don't think I've seen anywhere else. Yeah. What is that you're drinking? This is called yerba mate. It's a drink from Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, parts of Brazil. It's a ground up leaf that you pour water over. There's different versions of it, different countries. I had an Argentine roommate for a while, and he got me started on it. Okay. And unfortunately, I'm drinking enough. I'm going to take a restroom break. I will be back very soon, so it's going to be an empty chair stream here for a minute. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so So there's our test. So we just need a colon, really. Actually, hold on. No, I think we're okay. I don't see any problems with this yet. Okay, so vtoke. For now, we're just going to stay with this syntax, but it will start changing. So we want discard and new line. I guess we do this new line. Open context, close context. Open block and close block. Those are things we want to do eventually. It doesn't really matter how we slice and dice this. That's all future. So this is unsupported features right now. We're just building it in for starters. Just a moment. I better see what this is. Okay, usually somebody picks up the phone a little bit quicker than that, but what it is. Okay. So I said there had to be a colon. Grab syntax. Syntax is not discarded. You need to keep that. Syntax is a colon. Okay, so this is just our little piece of test text. And I'm not really sure how this is going to work out. Part of me thinks a regex starts with a colon. Maybe we don't need syntax. Maybe we just need regex starts with a colon and then goes to the end of the line. Is this how I want to run things? Part of me thinks so. There's at least one place let's just see what happens here. That's token definition. Tokenizer definition parser. We'll output the NFA and the DFA for later analysis. Okay, so here, PVP, this is the project parser, and then this is the tokenizer definition. Oh. Hi, I finished my dramatic arts homework, made it so it is less of bad quality because there's now some noise suppression. Oh, good. I enjoy people's good media, but I don't feel the passion to fix all of my audio issues and whatnot. Because mostly that would involve me getting either a much nicer studio or a much nicer setup. And I mostly just think of myself as a programmer who happens to stream rather than a streamer. So I'm not going to invest a lot of time into that. Unless someone's willing to give me money for it. With a white background using a projector screen. Nice. That's going to improve things a lot. Consistent background. I guess we just try it, right? We've looked this over. Or not to show the mess behind. Yeah, it's way easier to cover up the mess than to clean up the mess. To hide. Yes. Okay. Okay, fat fingered that one. And it works like a green screen just without the green. Yep. I'm not sure this multi thing is going to work very well. I mean, 7 megabytes for 1.3 minute of video is not bad. That's pretty compact. You had until midnight to send the video or severe penalties. Yep. I once had a take-home long paper form final, and if you turned it in a week early, you got a bonus on the paper. So the night before the early deadline, I sat down, wrote it all out, and it was pretty crap. But the bonus was enough to make it a good enough. So I worked less hard. And it worked out. Tokenizer definition. So if it's a multi, why do I need a multi? Multi. Also, I tried hiding the fact I was reading the whole time by just lowering the lighting of my computer, putting in motion, and having a TV quality camera. Powered by a potato. Yep. I mean, it's not like they can grade you on, well, unless it's a cinematography class, they can't grade you on the quality of your equipment, right? If you're in an actual cinematography class, you would probably be using school-issued equipment. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Part of me why do I need a multi? I don't need a multi. Why did I convince myself I needed a multi encoding character? We deal with all of this right here. Right? No, I do need it. I do need it. Then how do I parse? It's okay, because we're not using this here. All you need to do is make sure that it just builds, right? I'm confused. They don't count for equipment. Yep. I also used the open source programs. Yep, even the drivers of the graphics card to make the camera work is open source. And of course, you use Mint. Shotcut and Audacity. Yep, Audacity's fine. Shotcut uses FFmpeg for video. Yep. Well, sounds like you met the requirements and shipped it just in time. As long as your content is good, the quality of the recording shouldn't matter too much. Multi. Oh, part of me is still just so sad. You made the script in 5 to 6 minutes. Nice. The thing about homework is you just got to get it done, and you got to get it done just well enough. No point in putting more effort in it than that. So here's the thing. Right here, this is what we need to replace with our own tokenizer. So we're not doing all these stir copy, stir compares, scans. But this is where it gets very meta, because this parse needs to read in a file It's basically if you at least put some effort, you get at least 60, which is the passing point. Yep, you need to be really bad not to pass. Yep, but I've seen students not pass all sorts of things. Is not unusual. All right, I am either losing my mind or we've gone down a dark, dark path here. I'm not sure which, or I'm halfway clever. I'm clever enough to have thought of it, but not clever enough to see the next step. I'm not sure which it is. If my project file says it's a multi, okay, two possibilities. Are you ready? Two possibilities. Possibility one. Let's see here. Where would be the best place to check this? how to tokenize a multiple encoding supported file, question mark. 1. And tokenize. 2. Just use Latin 1. So the question here is, Latin 1 does not verify a single byte, ever. It just says all bytes are valid, 120, 0 to 255. But it does it byte by byte. Oh boy. I want this in a config file. I really do. The encoding of our project. So VBP says everything we get will be treated as ASCII. Well, that makes sense. But vtoke the project. This file has to be able to tokenize any of the other formats. And there's just barely enough differences between them. So for example, if we could auto-detect UTF-8 versus ASCII if we only supported the 2, but since we support Latin 1, we kind of can't detect formats. Made a playlist of songs I really like. 7 songs. It isn't the most advertiser friendly though. There might be a bit of religious swearing, sure. There's only one song that I know for sure there is no swearing. Okay, alright. This is playlist in French. Multi. All the songs are the same singer. Oh, okay. It's not Mylene Farmer, is it? Or whatever her name is. Isn't that the Mylene Farmer? Wasn't she a big French singer star? Although you're Canada, so maybe Celine Dion. I don't know any others. Oh, well, I mean, Avril Lavigne, although she doesn't sing in French. What else have you got? It is Les Cowboy Fringants. I don't know what that means. I mean, obviously Cowboys, I got it. But, oh, bugger all, Twitch, you suck. I want to select text, you moron. It keeps wanting to, like, highlight stuff for me. Les Antipodes, Le Fin de Show. Okay. Interesting, interesting. So what if we start with the most restrictive, auto detect, and go from there? not sure. So one thing we do is here in char ref, maybe here is where we add multi. It assumes ASCII until it hits a non-ASCII, then assumes UTF-8 until it hits a non-valid UTF-8, then it drops Latin 1. Ooh, this is a tricky problem. Yeah, there's actually no good way to do this, is there? I thought we might end up doing this, but it does make me a little sad. Because you still need the rules to walk through a file. And at the point that we hit here, we don't. This is actually a little bit awkward. You can't treat the types of things interchangeably. One is purely political, it's about the government. The second one is about a strike, manifestation, demonstration. The third one is about assimilation. The fourth one is about someone who drops out of school to be a comedian. A love song. One other is about someone who does nothing, and the other one is literally named 8 seconds. Each second there was someone who dies in the third world and all the different things. Okay. I don't, let's see. Yeah, sounds like an interesting mix. When the tokenizer definition parser parses a tokenizer definition there's like just this one step in this I can't see clearly. One piece. And it's here. It's right here. At this point, I can generate the ASCII, the Latin 1, or the UTF-8, but I don't know how to generate regular expressions for an unspecified encoding. maybe it's encoded as Latin 1, but every supported character in your language matches a pair of bytes, which could be a valid UTF-8 character. But it's Latin 1, so you shouldn't treat it as UTF-8. Oh gosh, yeah, this is problematic. Did I go down a rabbit hole I do not want to climb out of? Literally the main thing they say is that, like, as long as we have love, fresh water, and clean air, a roof, and 4 walls, there will be joy in our yard. Okay. Yeah, you don't need much in life to be happy. It's mostly a state of mind. There are very, very wealthy people who are not happy. And there are a lot of very, very poor people who are very happy. But I will say, it's easier to, well, I don't know. It doesn't hurt having enough resources to meet your needs, that's for sure. I do think a lot of people don't understand what the difference is between a need and a want, though. Not seeing the connecting code. I thought we would hit a spot like this. At this point, if you're really poor, you're probably not happy. If you're really rich, you're probably not happy. The middle ground is the best for happiness. Yeah, that's probably not too far off the truth. I think a lot of happiness is mind over matter, but it's easy to get distracted from what matters if you're too wealthy, and it's too easy to get distracted from what matters. Well, your concerns are different if you're too poor. So yeah, somewhere in the middle is probably the easiest place to be happy. That is probably a reasonable assumption. Or not assumption, rule of thumb. Rule of thumb, there we go. What if we just keep going down this road, but tack a little bit to the left? Can't afford water, food, and shelter, you'll probably not be very happy. Yep, probably not. It does make it hard. This is exactly where the problem lies, though. If we only supported ASCII and UTF-8, this would be trivial. Or supporting Latin 1. That poor person will be the one that will be the most cautious about their purchases, considering they aren't drug addicts. Yeah. Yes and no, not just necessarily drugs. I know some poor people who would be a lot less poor if they owned fewer animals. But that's how they gain their fulfillment, not by reducing debt and increasing their saved resource to move to the next stage of the economic rung. Rather, they spend their money on pets and feeding those pets and taking care of those pets. Any form of addiction. Yes, exactly. Whatever it is, whatever you pour yourself into that costs money. And there's also opportunity costs, lost opportunity costs. UTF-8, Latin 1. You can just work at the army. Simple. There you go. Nope, nope, nope. These are not solutions. I feel like I'm getting stuck here. Apparently these days they're getting more desperate for people to join the army. Yep, they are. So that guy will probably get a job instantly. Yep, probably. But yeah, there's a number of issues with the army right now. I don't know how it is in Canada, but we have sort of two problems. We've demonized the military as a bunch of bad guys for so long that it's hard to see a soldier as heroic anymore. Basically since Vietnam. Then you have the military going full woke, and it's like you want the rednecks who grew up in Alabama and can shoot the ears off of a fly at 300 yards, right? You want shooters, you want tough people, you want people who are good at violence, and then channel it. But they're like, no, we want to protect your feelings. We don't want to hurt your feelings. And it's like, well, that's not going to attract the kind of people that need to be in the military. If you live in a country that doesn't go to war often or intervene much, you'll probably not get into the front lines. Yeah, Canada's armies has one major issue, doesn't have many generals, I think. I don't know enough about Canada's military. It doesn't seem to me to be very engaged on the global scene, which is not a bad thing. A country should be prepared to defend itself, but I think the United States is a little bit too interventionist. First it is Latin 1. I know there's a job at like $200,000 a year in the defense. They really pay. Yeah, they can. Depends on what branch you're in, but yeah, you can make good money on the military, and their retirement is pretty good. They don't take very good care of the injured veterans, but just don't get injured, I guess. Let's take a look at this. VB tokenizer definition. Oh, not that one. VToke. VToke. This one line is what's preventing me from being happy. It's literally that one line. Everything else could be ASCII. This line is going to cause me no shortage of trouble. If a byte offset meets ASCII requirements, that's easy, because ASCII is a proper subset of both Latin 1 and UTF-8. However, Latin 1 and UTF-8 are disjoints, not disjoint, they're overlapping sets, but not fully. Latin 1 has many characters that UTF-8 does not support, and vice versa. Possibilities. Where's this the Tokenizer definition? Eliminate Latin 1. ASCII is a subset of UTF-8. We can just use UTF-8 as the bridging encoding. Is that a possibility? But it's only if you're the lucky ones who live close to Ottawa or get housing. You're not getting a house in modern day Canada. Yep, most of them cost a lot. Yep, some people I know who aren't rich, but their net worth is $1 million. Yeah, it's crazy. Actually, let me see here. The price of my house has gone crazy. Yeah, it's almost double what I paid for it. In theory. Crazy. You can't have the price of houses jump that much and not destroy an awful lot of people's lives. It wasn't natural. It's not normal. The worst line is the regex rule. Everything else is locked. If we just use Latin 1, okay, let's go to this. Let's go to pattern to NFA converter. We set the encoding there. When I compile the regex, shoot, did I work myself into a corner? Those lucky ones that got that house for like $50K now cost like $1 million. Yep. Yep, but here's the thing though, their worth went up, but if they were to sell that house, they could not then move into something equivalent without spending that same amount of money. So until they downsize their home, they aren't actually coming out ahead. Like I bought this house, and it's like I said, almost doubled in price. But if I sell this house, I can't get another better one. So what am I going to do selling it? There's nowhere to go. I can't afford to go the next step. So unless you're willing to sell your house, you've got nothing out of it. Even if I set it by way of the command line, I don't think we can do this. If we eliminate Latin 1, and we only accept 7-bit ASCII, and crafted tokenizer here. Regex. I don't think we can use a generated tokenizer here. I don't think so. No, the generated output would be Latin 1 and couldn't support UTF-8. This is just making me sad. I don't see a way to bridge it. It would have been a profit if it was a second house. Yes. You bought one house and you bought a second house when they were cheap and they both went skyrocketing sky high, selling one house and then starting a company with it or investing in something less volatile than the current real estate market might actually work out pretty well. Because I think the housing market's going to crash eventually. Ooh. Although, again, you're in Canada, it's a slightly different story there, but I see enough similarities from what I've heard. I don't think you're going to escape it. I don't think we're going to escape it. I think the same sorts of nonsense that happened during the 2008 housing crash, are exactly the same problems we're having today. I don't think they fixed anything. I think the bailouts and people walked away and they're just doing the same stuff again. Hmm. Well, darn. If we only supported one encoding, this would not be so hard. We're going to live with giant inflation because of Trump deciding to put a tariff on you. And since we import export a lot to the States, I think there will be some temporary price fluctuations, yes. But I think mostly the plan, my guess is that the tariffs are there as a stick to get others to negotiate. And I think that negotiation will happen and then the tariffs will go away. I think it'll be a temporary thing. It's kind of what happened last time he was in charge. He put some tariffs on things to get people to behave, basically, to not just take advantage of the United States in some ways. So you get some concessions, then you take the tariff off. I think that's all it is. And it did not hurt the United States the last time he threw around the tariffs. Like there was like I said, a short increase in prices, but then the problems that have been festering had to be cleared, right? Negotiations had to happen instead of kicking it down the road and kicking it down the road over and over again. It's politics. Wave the stick around a little bit. Problem is that the only other trade partners we would have are overseas and it's expensive. Yep. Yep. It is. Asia and Europe and Africa. Yeah, it's expensive to deal with them. And yet somehow we've outsourced all kinds of things to Asia and Europe and Africa. Well, mostly Asia and Europe. I'm not sure that's always a good idea either. Builds a dependency, which removes options. But I hate one thing. Okay. Today's marketing for the word international food is mainly just Asian food. Yep, it is. Sometimes you'll get like some South American food lumped in there with it. Like you'll get some tortillas and Mexican food. Yeah, nothing European, African, Oceanic, or South American other than Mexico, right? Different countries in South America have very different foods. I really like, shrimp soup from Puerto Rico. I like the Peruvians have some great food. Papa de Huancaina, they put crema de huacatay on their chicken, pollo a la brasa. Uh, you got your chichamora morada, good stuff. Mexico is still in North America. I know, but yeah, I'm just saying that the Hispanic foods in the Americas, like you don't hear anything about the South American foods, just Mexico. You get some tortillas and some hot sauce. That's international food apparently. Yeah, you have sancocho and all sorts of good Spanish dishes. Empanadas. It's not all just tamales and burritos and tacos, man. And even those are mostly Americanized, anyways. There's also Eastern European. Yeah, there's tons of great food. Like if you go Russia, you got your borscht, you got your what's it called? I forgot the name of it. Anyway, yeah, every country has its own little cuisine, but they like gloss over it completely. Got your fish and chips from England. The French are a little weird, I'm not gonna lie. Frog legs, snails, abused goose livers. Not my favorite cuisine in the world. Their breads are good. The cheeses are probably fine, but can't really talk to me into eating a lot of French food. You got your paella from Spain, all the Mediterranean dishes. Yeah, I don't. You don't see anybody selling borscht. I don't know. I don't know. I think they're all racist. Apparently, international means, yeah, like you said, Asian and Mexican, and that's about it. I really don't like the way my mind is going on this one. We fixed the other one, and that's fine because it was ASCII limited. This one's making me sad. Is that true? Can I just use that one? I'm kind of stuck on this. As long as I eat all those bites, it doesn't matter what format they're in, because I'm just going to pass it to. I can just use Latin 1. My mind keeps going back and forth. Maybe. But it wouldn't have to at tokenization time, only at pattern to NFA converter time. Maybe I've talked myself off the ledge. Like I never saw in my life shop sell any food of countries that was part of the Soviet Union. I said that to avoid the name each Eastern European foods. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Well, like I don't even know what they would eat in like Romania. I don't know what the dishes are there, or Moldova, or I don't know. Yeah. I guess sometimes you get Middle Eastern foods in your international section. You'll get some Indian cuisine. I gotta go to sleep. Okay, well, thanks for chatting. I'm leaning towards I just have to use Latin 1, and that might be okay. You gotta go to sleep. Yep, sounds good. You get some good rest. You have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you on Monday. We're back to game development. We'll wrap up a couple loose ends and then start optimizing for volume, for space. So you have a good night's sleep. I think we're just gonna wrap it up here. I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. Different encodings would only have to be supported at pattern to NFA converter time. think Latin 1 might be the answer. I keep bouncing back and forth. And we're out of time anyways. I have to get going. But let's just grab a couple of quick. So VB tokenizer definition parse. This is the thing where we're working journal. All right. We've started down the multi-encoding RF road. I don't like it. Next week, remove the multi stuff. Actually, let's just add it to the list for next week. We're just going to start recording it. 2024-12- what is it, 20th? Okay. Tasks. Remove multi and VB project encoding back to charref encoding. For the plan forward, use Latin 1 tokenizer here. This is the short answer. Use Latin 1 tokenizer in here. More details can be read in this thing. We're committing our code here, but we have to undo some of it. See you next week. So yeah, this is a bit of a dead end, unfortunately, of effort. I think that's probably it. That's the plan. Get status. Get remove charref multi from code snippets. Change all those back, blah, blah, blah. Use a Latin 1 tokenizer. I think that's correct. Because it doesn't byte check anything. We can put anything in that regex expression, and it doesn't matter until the pattern to NFA, which means the tokenizer doesn't care. It's my analysis afterwards that does. So I think that's okay. More details can be read in wherever, doesn't matter. Details, thoughts, musings. Then we'll generate a tokenizer for this sucker. Test it, plumb it in. Okay. Add everything. Saving work. Not in a good state. Need to back some things out before moving forward. C journal for 2024 12/20 for the list. I think that's good enough. Hit log dash in. Let's go back to ways. I want to just real quick equals that to the dough. Active project VV. Documentation. Metrics in on a weekly basis. 12/06. Today's the 13th. We do not have that cache, which was really the first one of today, which was this one. That's where we left off. And then week 22, which is today. 13, we need a different hash, which is the last one, which is this one. We'll leave the default hour there. I just want to check compiler 40438. 40438 last week. We had a short stream last week. This time it's going to be a bit more, but okay. So, get status, get add, get commit, dash, no, edit. Okay, I think that's it. We're going to call it there. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for your chats. Thanks for chit-chatting. You have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you next week, Monday. Game development. Have a good one. Bye-bye.